Good morning, everyone. We're ready to start our 2023 Howard County Fair Beef Breeding Show with our Angus division. Now entering the ring is Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves. We have one entry.
Good morning, everybody. I'm excited to be at the Howard Fair. Looks like we're going to have a nice cool day today. Hopefully the cattle will appreciate that. No better way to start a show than the Angus division and a really nice calf to start the day. I think a March calf certainly has got enough size and scale to it, a little green in its condition, but a heifer that seems to be put together extremely well, really attractive up front, really has a maternal look to her. A little hard to evaluate them structurally when they're just barely broke, but it looks like a nice skeleton put underneath this calf with a lot of extension, a maternal look to her, and we'll see how this heifer grows and develops, but certainly has a bright future ahead of her.
Results of Class 1 in the open show. First went to Sarah King. We're now ready. She will be the automatic calf champion in the open division. We're now ready for Class 7 winter heifer calves. We have one entry.
Again, another single entry in this early or late fall calf. I believe a December. Certainly a lot of pounds and performance and weight per day of age. Puts it in a really nice, attractive package. When you look at this heifer, you kind of read her. She's a power heifer. She's got some shape down her top. She's really square and level in her hip. And she's got a little punch when you look at her from behind. Still got a nice extended front end. A heifer that's got just a little bit more shoulder, a little straighter in her blade and how she goes off those front two, but a heifer that's got a lot of power and shape and performance that we certainly appreciate. A single entry that could have stood a lot more competition. We'll look forward to seeing her later today.
Results of Class 7 winter heifer calves. First went to Blair Heath in the open division. We're now ready for Class 8 senior heifer calves. We have one entry.
Again, another single entry. Single entries are fun because you can't mess them up, but then eventually you got to put them with some other cattle. But certainly a shame this female doesn't have some other ones to compete against. An October fall heifer. Certainly appreciate the condition she's in, the lines that she has that maternal female look to her. Really appreciate how her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, the angle to her blade, and when you get her out here and watch her on the move, she takes a nice, fluid, easy stride. Got some depth of body, has some look, has some power, just a really overall a complete heifer. Certainly could stand some more competition, and we'll look forward to seeing her later on in the division here in a little bit.
Results of Class 8 senior heifer calves. First went to Kelly Spicer in the open show. We're now ready to select our senior calf champion and senior reserve calf champion. Need our first place entries from Class 7 and Class 8. We'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Scott Buchanan from Aldie, Virginia. He's a herdsman at Whitestone Farm in Aldie, and he also owns and operates Buchanan Cattle Enterprises, where he raises registered Angus cattle. Let's give him a warm welcome, please.
In our first decision of the day in our Angus show, we only had 2 single entries, but certainly 2 high-quality individuals that could be competitive at a lot of places. They're different in their type and kind. The heifer, the December that we saw, a little chunkier heifer, a little bit more shape and power to her, showing a little bit more condition today, and I'm fine with that. It's got a nice, easy-doing look to her. Heifer that's got some shape down her top, some muscle expression, and kind of got that show ring look that we're looking for. I think where we struggle with this heifer a little bit is in the long term when we look at her down the road in terms of her structural integrity. Not that it's bad, but she just wants to be a little straighter up front, have a little bit more boldness to her shoulder, a little straighter in her hock, and as I evaluate her down the road as a big heifer, she might not have that maternal, easy doing or easy flexing female look that I'm kind of interested in finding. Then we have a little bit more, a heifer that's a little bit more traditional in her look, a heifer that's got a little bit more chest to her, a heifer that's a little frailer in her bone work. But as you look at her from front to back, a really complete heifer, big bodied, square made, a lot of extension. Really appreciate the set and slope that she has to her shoulder. And I think where this female excels is when she gets out and moves, extremely sound in her movement. And as you evaluate this one, I think down the road, she's going to be a super nice big bred heifer. For that reason, she'll be your calf champion. And then we'll use the young ladies for reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Our senior calf champion female was entry number 112, exhibited by Kelly Spicer, and the reserve senior calf champion was entry number 110, exhibited by Blair Heath. Now entering the ring will be Class 11, late summer yearling heifers. We have one entry.
In our first intermediate class, a really straight-lined, attractive made heifer this young man brings. Heifer's got some bone to her, got some muscle expression from end to end. A heifer that we'll surely like to evaluate against some other competition later today. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 11, late summer yearling heifers. First in the open show went to Troy Heath. We're now ready for Class 12, early summer yearling heifers. We have 4 entries.
a nice class of summer junior yearlings to evaluate. Four high-quality individuals, all of them a little different in their type and kind. Sometimes I think we try to make picking and sorting cattle way too hard. I just try to keep it easy, and this one does all the right things. She's the soundest, most complete female in the class, and I think she just kind of rises to the top fairly easy for me. When we look at her, she's got an attractive show ring look. She's got some depth of body. When she gets out and moves, the young lady gets her set up really well when she stops, but when she's on the move, that's when she looks the best. Square-hipped, got some muscle. Got a show ring look to her, got a brood cow look. Just a logical place to start with this female in this class. The heifer that's in second, a heifer that's got a lot of look to her, a little bit more extreme in terms of that throat latch and extension to her front end. Heifer, when she's standing still, has got a nice look to her, got some shape, got some squareness to her. I appreciate the added bone to her. For me, I think we just need to change her a little bit in terms of her movement, ease her up a little bit in that front knee and give her a little bit more flex in her hock as she gets out and goes. Maybe lengthen up that pastern a little. But a heifer standing still's got some power and shape and pizzazz that we like. Just like to make her a little bit more complete in terms of her structural integrity. The two heifers that we have next, certainly a lot of performance and weight per day of age in the right size. I think both of these kind of follow suit in the heifer that we have in second. Maybe don't have quite the running gear underneath them as our class winner. The heifer that we're going to use in third, I think she's just a little square made, a little deeper bodied, got a little bit more muscle expression, got a little bit more brood cow look to her for me. And then we'll round up the class with a heifer that's a really long-sided heifer that's got some muscle shape, just a little rounder in her design, and maybe like to clean her up in terms of her movement as she gets around the ring today.
Results of Class 12. Early summer yearling heifers. First went to entry 114, exhibited by Raven Heron. Second in the open show and first in the 4-H show went to entry number 117, exhibited by Walker Whitehead. Third in the open show and second in the 4-H show, entry 116, shown by Addison Ridgely. And fourth in the open show, third in the 4-H show, is entry number 115, exhibited by Addison Ridgely. We're now ready to select the intermediate calf champion. If we can have our two class winners from Class 11 and Class 12 to the ring.
In our intermediate division, we've had a little more numbers and some quality for sure. Our first class winner, really attractive maid heifer when we look at her from the side, got a lot of extension to her. We talked about a little bit in class how we could change her a little bit in terms of her skeleton, but a heifer that's got a lot of look to her, got a bright future for this young man. Then we got a heifer that won that class that we just had. Just was an easy, logical heifer to win that class in terms of her completeness, her soundness, her look, her kind, that brood cow look. Just a super complete quality animal out of that second class, and we'll use her to be your champion within this division. And we'll wait for our second out of that class to do our reserves, but this young lady right here will be your intermediate champion. When it comes to reserve in this division, I think this is probably one of the closer decisions that we've had to make so far in the Angus show. Both heifers kind of got that similar same look to them, like the thinking they have to their front end, really tight about their throat latch, kind of got that show ring look that we're looking for. Both of them we could change a little bit structurally. I think there's one that's a little better in terms of her completeness of her structure, especially through her hocks. It got a lot more flex to her hocks, a little smoother through her hocks, and I think handles her top out on the move a little better, and that's the heifer that won that first class, and she will be reserve in that division. Congratulations to this young man.
Our intermediate calf champion in the open division was entry number 114, exhibited by Raven Heron. And the reserve in the open division was entry number 113, exhibited by Troy Heath. In the in the 4-H division, the intermediate calf champion was entry number 117, exhibited by Walker Whitehead. And the reserve was entry number 116, exhibited by Addison Ridgely. We're now ready for Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 2 entries.
a nice class of April heifers. Let's give these two young people a nice round of applause. These two heifers, similar in terms of their frame and length of body, a little different in terms of their type and kind. We're going to use the young man here's heifer to start the class. I think she's just got a little bit more of a feminine look to her. She's got a little bit more feminine about her head and her neck and her skull, and she's got some extension to that front end. I really appreciate the angle and set that she has to her shoulder. She gets out and moves extremely well in this class. Adequate in terms of her condition, still got a nice fresh look to her, got some depth of body, but when you stop her and look at her there, she puts herself together really well. She comes out of the point of her shoulder extremely nice, long and level out through her hip. She's kind of running uphill a little bit. Really like the bone work and soundness that she has, clean and smooth in terms of her underline and her navel. Got some depth of flank. Just a logical place to start in this class. The young lady's heifer that's second, a heifer that's got some muscle shape and expression, some performance to her. She's sound enough in her structure. She's just maybe not as balanced and smooth and complete as the heifer that we have above her. A heifer that's a little tighter in her flank, a little wastier in her navel. A heifer that just doesn't quite balance up quite as nice as the heifer that we have to win the class, but a heifer that has a lot of good parts and pieces to her and should make a really nice cow prospect for this young lady.
Results of Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers. First in both the open and 4-H show went to entry number 123, Grant Anthony. And second in both the open and 4-H show went to entry number 119, Kristen Spicer. We're now ready for Class 16, March Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 3 entries.
a really nice class, some cattle that got some punch and grow and performance and some doability to them. A little bit different in terms of their type and kind, but the heifer we're going to start with, I think, kind of follows suit of what we've selected today. I think where she excels in this class is when you get her out on the move and you look at her in terms of her top. She's a little straighter and leveler out through her top. I think she comes out of the point of her shoulder a little better. Sound in her movement. Still got that female look to her. Got some freshness, got some depth of body. Got a cow look to her. Young lady does a really nice job presenting her. The heifer that comes in second's really got that nice tight throat latch, that feminine, cute, petite head. I appreciate that about her. I think, like we said, when we get her out on the move, she really wants to drop there from in her hooks and a little low spot there in her top, and then she wants to get up over those first couple ribs. I'd just like to see her a little straighter and leveler in her design when she gets out on the move, but a heifer that's got a lot of pieces and shape and look to her that we appreciate. Certainly appreciate the condition she's in. The young man's done a really nice job presenting her and feeding her. And then we'll round out the class with the heifer that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her type and kind, but I don't think that's where she gets beat today. I think as we evaluate her out on the move, she's a little bit shorter strided, a little bit more restricted in terms of her hock and her pastern movement compared to the two heifers above her.
Results of Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First in the 4-H and Open Show went to entry number 100, Ava Brendel. Second in 4-H and Open went to entry 101, exhibited by Charles Brendel. And third in the 4-H and Open Show went to entry 122, exhibited by Addison Ridgely. We're now ready for Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 2 entries.
In this class of February big heifers, two nice heifers, two different kinds of heifers, but I think both have a place within the breed and in a breeding program, and I think it can be a close decision. The heifer we're going to use that the young lady has to start the class, I think I see a lot of parts and pieces that I like about her a lot. I like the shape and slope to her shoulder. I like her extension in terms of from the point of her shoulder to her pole. She's got some power in her. She's got some shape in her. She's got some set to her hock, and she gets out and moves. I think if we take a little bit of weight off this heifer and freshen her up, she's going to be a totally different female, and that's where I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I just like to freshen her up a little bit, and I think she'd have a really nice look out here today. But I think there's some good and power and some goodness in this heifer, and that's why we're going to use her to win the class. We just like to freshen her up a little bit in terms of her condition. The heifer we have in second, appreciate the condition that this young man's presented this heifer in. She's a little bit more moderate in her kind, and I like moderate cattle as well. There's a place for them. I think where she just gets out-horsed a little bit in terms of power as you look at her down her top, and down through that lower third of her body compared to the heifer above her. But a heifer that's sound in her structure, got a nice feminine look and a broody look to her, some depth of body. She's clean about her navel. She's got some extension to her. We just like to balance her up a little bit more in terms of her top line, give her just a little bit more punch from end to end to compete against that heifer that we have in first. But two really nice heifers. We'll look forward to seeing them later in the division.
Results of Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers. First in the open show went to entry 126, exhibited by Sarah Whitehead. Second in the open show and first in the 4-H show went to entry 103, exhibited by Hayden Brendel. We're now ready to select our junior champion female and reserve junior champion female. We need our class winners from Class 15, 16, and 17.
In our junior yearling division, I think we got April to February. Three really nice individuals. We've talked about them a little bit in class. All of them a little different in their kind. I think there's one within this lineup that balances up. It's got that show ring look that we're looking for, got some soundness to them. I appreciate the condition they're in. That kind of rises to the top of these three. And then we'll bring in the seconds to go for your reserves. But the logical place for me to win this division is this young man's April heifer out of that first class. When it comes to reserve in this division, I think it's kind of up for discussion of what you want to do. I think all three of these individuals are nice cow prospects. All these exhibitors should be really proud of the cattle that they brought. I think they're all sound enough in their structure. They got some look to them. I guess I'm going to go out and use the one that I think I could take home and do the most things with in terms of a breeding piece. We described her a little bit in class earlier. We certainly like to see her a little fresher in terms of her condition, but I think there's some good in her. She's deep-bodied, square-hipped, got some set to her hock, got some goodness to her. We just like to see her a little fresher and cleaner in her lines, and that's the heifer out of that third class. She'll be your reserve.
Our junior champion female was entry number 123, exhibited by Grant Anthony. That was in both the open and 4-H shows. The reserve junior champion in the open show was entry 126, exhibited by Sarah Whitehead. We're now going to select the reserve junior champion in the 4-H show. We had our other exhibitor come in, and our judge will now be selecting the reserve junior champion in the 4-H show.
I think when it comes to reserve in your 4-H show, I think it's down between these two heifers out of the last two classes. Both of them good in their kind. We described the one out of Class 3 as really complete but a little moderate. Appreciate the condition that she's in, the extension that she has. And then the heifer out of the second class that's got that has some look to her, got some extension. I kind of appreciate her size and scale and depth of a Springer rib that she has in this heifer. I think it's a close decision, and I think you could do some give or take either way. The one that kind of has that look that I'm looking for, and that female look and extension to her front end, I think, even though she's in a little bit more moderate package, is a young man's heifer out of the 3rd class, and she'll be your reserve in that division.
The reserve junior champion female in the 4-H show was entry number 103, exhibited by Hayden Brendel. We're now ready for class number 20, late senior yearling females. We have 1 entry. We'll follow that with selection of the grand champion and reserve grand champion female in the Angus show.
Just a single entry in our senior yearling division. Young man's brought us a really nice heifer. Going to be calving this fall. Really straight line, long, level hipped. She takes a nice fluid stride. Appreciate the hock that she has in her, the set that she has to her hock, and the smoothness to her hock. Got a nice broody look to her. Young man's doing a really nice job. I guess for me, I'd like to maybe just see her a little bit deeper in terms of farther along in calf, and as you look at her and evaluate her udder, maybe just like to see those teats a little farther apart. Wonder what that udder quality is going to look like in a couple months. I'd like to see a little bit more separation there, but certainly a heifer that's got some length of hip, some power, and that broody look that we're looking for. I wish she had more to compete against, because I think she'd be competitive within this division. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 20. First went to entry number 127, Grant Anthony, in both the 4-H and open shows. That entry number 127 will also be the automatic senior champion female in both 4-H and open. We're now ready to select our Angus champion female in both the open and 4-H shows. We'll need all our class winners and all our division winners and our reserve division winners standing by to come in the ring for selection of the champion and reserve champion female in open and 4-H.
It's a fun start to our breeding show today. As we were getting ready to pick your champion, I was sitting here. Usually you have something in mind when they come out, and I didn't know how they were going to line up because we had a lot of single entries. I think, but when you get them out here, they're your division winners. I think it gets pretty cut and dry and pretty straightforward for me. We talked about all of them quite a bit in class and tried to describe them the best that a hillbilly from Virginia can do. But I think there's two individuals that I see here that are real high quality. They're the right size. They're in the right condition. They got the soundness. They got the look that we're looking for. They're just the logical two to go and be your grand and reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. We've had some really high quality animals, different county fair. A lot of these would be competitive everywhere. This just happens to be a pretty tough one. I'll go ahead and show you two that I like best in terms of their completeness, their look, their soundness, and the kind of cattle that I like. And I'll show you those two.
Our champion Angus female in the open show is entry number 112, exhibited by Kelly Spicer. We're now bringing in the reserve senior calf champion to compete for the reserve champion Angus female.
As we bring the reserve in that division out here, she certainly is deserving to be out here. A heifer that we appreciate her size and her power for her weight per day of age. We talked about maybe changing her structure a little bit. I still think I have the same evaluation for reserve, and I'll go out and select my second favorite Angus heifer that I saw today.
We're putting a halter on the senior heifer. We need her in here for reserve champion 4-H.
The reserve champion in the open show
And we'll need Hayden
was
Brown.
number 123, exhibited by Grant Anthony. That will be the automatic champion in the 4-H show, and we'll now need to select the reserve in the 4-H show. So bear with us as we bring the 4-Hers back in to select the reserve champion female in the 4-H show. The exhibitor of the champion 4-H Angus heifer receives an award from the Maryland Angus Women's Club, and the exhibitor of the reserve champion 4-H Angus heifer receives an award from the Boswell family.
I apologized. I got a little confused, and I think we had an intermediate and a junior yearling spot. It's tricky to evaluate for me when you're doing two shows at one time because my mind works. Just find the one you like the best, and that's what I'm concentrating on. We got them straightened out. We talked about these individuals a little bit in class. I'll evaluate them a little bit more because we're selecting your reserve 4-H. The young man on the far end with that intermediate, we talked about how we really like the look that she has, the straightness of lines, appreciate her size and kind for her age. We'd like to change her a little bit in terms of her movement and her hock, but I will say as she's out here this time, she's wanting to get out and relax a little bit more, and that's certainly helping, not looking at the out gate. The young man does a really nice job presenting her. Then we have the heifer that was in that junior yearling division, just sound and complete and cowy. Maybe doesn't have that overall wow factor, but just no holes in her, moderate in her kind, but just sound in her movement and practical. And then we have the big senior yearling that was the only one in its division, but appreciate the straightness of lines and the shape and look and angularity that she has about her. I think the decision for your reserve 4-H comes down to these two heifers on my far end. I'll go out and show you the one I like, but let's give all these 4-H exhibitors another nice round of applause.
The reserve champion Angus female in the 4-H show was entry number 117, exhibited by Walker Whitehead. We're now ready for the Angus bulls. We only have one, and the pair classes, and then we will start the Hereford show.
In the start and finish of our bull show, we have a really nice calf that this lady's brought to us. A calf that's really got some extension to his front end, got some depth of body when you get behind him. He's got some shape for a March calf. Be curious to see how he grows and develops. It's a little hard to see his structural integrity as he's kind of fighting the halter, baby calf's first trip to town. But one thing's for sure, you'll never be able to take it away from him. He'll always be the 23 champion Angus bull at the Howard County Fair. So congratulations.
The results of Class 30 Spring Bull Calves. First went to entry number 130, exhibited by Sarah King. Sarah's bull, as the judge said, will also be the automatic calf champion bull and the grand champion Angus bull. Sarah now has a pair of calves, and that will conclude our Angus show.
In our pair of calf class, two really nice marches. I appreciate the female looking like a female and the bull having a little bit more shape and punch to them. Certainly calves that look like they have a bright future ahead of them. Hopefully they'll be back here at the fair next year and see how they grow and develop. But two really nice calves that got a promising future. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 58, pair of calves. First went to the entry from Sarah King. That concludes our Angus show. We're now ready to begin the Hereford show. Our first class is cow-calf pairs, and we have 6 entries.
I apologize. That took probably longer than necessary, and it's hard to evaluate when you get this many cattle in the ring and you got all these calves kind of fighting the halter. It's kind of hard to see what you got. It'd be a lot easier if they were loose sometimes. We got some different types and kinds, but we got some quality from end to end, and I think you could have 5 people evaluate this, and they might do it 4 different ways. So I'm not saying that I would disagree with somebody. I think the best combination in terms of udder quality and calf quality and depth of body in terms of the cow is the pair we're going to start with. Is she the prettiest cow out here? No. But does she have a nice fleshy calf that's the right size, got some depth of body, some soundness to it? When the young lady gets that calf set up, I think it's got a lot of good to it. And I think I really appreciate the teat size and udder quality of this cow. She's got some depth of body. She's got some straightness of lines. I like the set to her shoulder and the scoop to her knee. But I think she's the best combination of udder and calf that we have in the class. I think when we get into second, this cow's probably was a fancy show heifer. She's got a nice look to her. She's feminine and broody. I like how she's got a square level udder. Teat size is good for a nice 2-year-old, and what I really appreciate from her is her ease of flesh and soundness. She's got a little younger calf at her side that's got a lot of look to it. I think probably has a promising future. I'd like to maybe change how it comes out of its tail head, but that could come from this calf just kind of fighting the halter. I'd like to see it relaxed and out in the field. A feminine calf that's got some straightness of lines and a promising future, and I think just a logical pair to come in second. As we get into the third and fourth cows, we'd like to change the udder quality of this cow a little bit, give her a little bit more more expression in that fore udder. But she's got a calf that catches your eye, that red-eyed heifer that's really long-sided, long and level-hipped. I think the oldest calf in the class, but a fancy calf that's better than the cow in my opinion, and that's why she's stuck up to the third spot. As we get into this next cow, I think she's the age cow in the class. She's a 6-year-old. Certainly appreciate the udder quality for her age. As we get to looking at her calf's just a little plainer in its makeup, a little coarser about its front end. Maybe doesn't have that feminine look we're looking for. As we get into these bottom 2 pairs, I think this is another of our age cows here, 6. Maybe not as full in that fore udder, but still got some nice teat size. I think when you evaluate the calf on her side, we just like to see a little bit more power and muscle expression. And then we got the pair that's rounding out the class. Nice uddered cow. Just maybe like to see a little bit more depth of flank, depth of body in this cow. Granted, she has the youngest calf, so that will come probably in a couple months. But a little harder to evaluate with a wee little baby calf on its side, mom and baby. Certainly will look better in a couple months. But a nice class of cow-calves. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
The results of Class 1, Hereford cow-calf pairs. First went to entry 204, Lindsay Jacobs. Second to entry 202, Mason Brogan. Third to entry 201, Kaylee Brogan. Fourth to entry 203, Lindsay Jacobs. Fifth to entry 200, Amelia Brogan. And sixth to entry 207, Chloe Patrick. Reading down your page, 5, 3, 2, 4, 1, 6. These were all open class entries. We're now ready for Class 3, spring heifer calves. We have 3 entries.
We'll just leave the calves right here. First trip to town. Both of them are acting good. Both young ladies doing a nice job presenting them. Two March calves, a little different in terms of their condition and how they're been developed. I think both of them have a promising future. We're going to use the heifer on my far left. I think just a little bit more complete in terms of her overall package. Really straight lined, big topped, big back. Got some muscle in her from end to end. Sound in her structure. Balances up really nice from the side. Lady does a really nice job presenting her. I think the logical, easy calf class winner. And then we'll follow with the calf that's a little greener in its condition. Maybe we talked about it a little bit in that cow-calf class, just like to change it a little bit, how it comes out of its hip and then into its tail head. But a feminine-made, extended fronted calf. It's got a bright future as well. Let's give these calf exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 3 spring heifer calves. First went to entry 209, exhibited by Dustin Douglas, and second to entry 208, exhibited by Mason Brogan. Entry 210 was scratched. Now in the ring will be Class 4 junior heifer calves. We have 6 entries.
We're going to start this calf class with this red-eyed heifer here. She's a heifer that just kind of catches my eye. I'm not really totally sure what it is about it. She's got some extension to her front end. She's got some depth of body. We change her a little bit as she comes out of the top of her blade. She gets a little pinched in her heart, especially up top. But I think a heifer that you balance and manage correctly, that's in a real sound structural package, I think has the most promising future of the calves that I see in this class. For me, some extension, some length of body, some squareness of hip, some sound structure. A heifer I think that has a promising future. The heifer that we have in second, a little farther along in terms of her condition. She's a heifer that's just a little plainer about her neck, comes out a little lower out of the point of her shoulder than the heifer that we used to win the class. Heifer's got some spring and depth of body, but I think that's probably from her condition a little bit more than her natural skeleton. Got some shape, got a lot of good to her, just maybe doesn't have that wow pizzazz factor of the calf that we have right in front of her. The next heifer, I think, is the heifer that follows logically to the second heifer in terms of her performance and weight per day of age and her muscle expression. Kind of similar in her plainness. She's a little bolder about her head, a little plainer about her front 1/3, but a heifer that's got some body, got some flank, and got some power to her. As we get into the next three heifers, these are heifers that maybe just don't have that performance or weight per day of age that we'd like to see. Heifers that just need a little bit more muscle expression and shape from end to end, but I think the heifer that comes in next balances up and kind of follows our type and kind of our calves above us. And as we get into the next two heifers, I think just maybe need some more power and shape, some days on feed, and they're going to change quite a bit.
Results of Class 4 Junior Heifer Calves. First went to entry 212, exhibited by Kaylee Brogan. Second to entry 215, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. Third to entry 214, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. Fourth to entry 2011, exhibited by Amelia Brogan. Fifth, entry 218, exhibited by Abby Patrick. And sixth, entry 216, exhibited by Chloe Patrick. Reading down your page, these are all in the open show. 4, 1, 3, 2, 5, 6. We're now ready to select the calf champion and reserve calf champion in the open show. We need our entries from classes 3 and 4.
In our calf division, we've had quite a few calves out here. I think the two that we have out here are the two that kind of caught my eye fairly easily of the calves that we evaluated. The March calf a little farther along in terms of her condition and how broke she is, and she looks the part when she's out here. She's really straight in her lines, square-hipped, got some power and shape to her, but still puts that in an attractive broody package. She gets out and moves. She flexes really good, especially down low. Got all 4 feet heading in the right direction. A promising, exciting prospect for this young lady. A really nice calf. And then we have the older January, a little greener in its condition, maybe not as broke in terms of being able to present itself the way it needs to be out here, but I think there's some parts and pieces that we like. She's feminine fronted. She comes out of the point of her shoulder really good. She's long sided. She's square hipped. She's got some depth of body. 2 heifers that have a promising future. I think there's one that logically wins this calf division pretty easy, and that's the horned heifer on the end. We'll congratulate her as calf champion. There was no second in her class, so this January we'll follow for reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. In our first class, the senior calves, certainly an individual that could stand a lot more competition. The young man's doing a nice job with this heifer. Appreciate the condition that she's in. Really a broody female. Looks like she has a very promising future to me. Got some extension to her, got some depth of body, sound in her structure. The young man does a really nice job. We'll look forward to evaluating her against some older calves later on, but a really nice December to start this division. Breaking news, she's the only one in the division, so she's going to be your senior calf champion. Very deserving. I wish she had some more to compete against, but we'll look forward to evaluating her at the end of the day.
Going back to our calf champion, the calf champion was exhibited, entry number 209, exhibited by Dustin Douglas, and the reserve calf champion was entry number 215. exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs.
We're gonna go.
Okay, and then our entry in class number 7 was scratched. So the results of class 8, senior heifer calves, first went to entry 220, exhibited by Austin Justice, and that was the senior calf champion female in the open show. We are now ready for class number 12, early summer yearling heifers. We have one entry.
Another single entry, and I think a single entry within the division. This young lady has a really nice summer heifer. Appreciate the condition she's in. She's a really long-sided, level-made female. Got some extension to her front 1/3. Appreciate the angle and set that she has to her shoulder, and flex and move and give. And when she gets out on the move, a heifer that could stand a lot more competition. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Results of class 12, early summer yearling heifers, first went to entry number 222, exhibited by Chloe Patrick. That will also be your intermediate calf champion female. We're now ready for class 15, April junior yearling heifers. We have 2 entries.
In her first class of junior yearlings, two really nice April females. Certainly different in their type and kind, but I appreciate lots of things about both of them. The heifer on the far end and the man in the blue shirt, really pretty headed, nice fronted female that straightened her lines, big old stout feet underneath her. Heifer that maybe just doesn't have quite the depth of body of the heifer that's behind her, but a heifer that's complete. Appreciate the smoothness that she has and the condition she's had. And then the heifer that follows her, a heifer that's got a little bit more shape, a little bit more shoulder. She's got a little bit more size to her. Both of them are sound enough in their structure. I think sometimes we just got to keep it simple. When we're in agriculture, we're selling pounds of product. And I think this heifer's got more pounds and more power and more shape. She'll be your class winner, and then we'll use the heifer to my far right to be second. Two nice heifers. We'll look forward to evaluating them again in the division later on.
Results of Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry 224, exhibited by Abby Patrick, and second to entry 223, exhibited by Rob Millman. We're now ready for Class 16, March Junior Yearling Heifers. That's a single entry. And then Class 17, Junior Yearling Heifers.
A single entry in our March division. I think this exhibitor is our only 4-H exhibitor in this exact division, and I've been told this is a bred and owned as well. Young lady's got a really nice heifer, doing a good job. It's hard to be out here in this ring and be the only animal, and especially when they know where the gate is. But the young lady's doing a really nice job showing her. As you evaluate the female herself, she's a broody, big-bodied, big capacity heifer. Certainly looks like she's maybe bred and heavy in calf. I appreciate that. A heifer that's got some ease of flesh. She's got some soundness. Certainly could stand a lot more competition. But let's give this exhibitor, a bred and owned, a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First in open and 4-H went to entry number 229, exhibited by Jalen Velasek. As the judge says, this will also be your champion bred and owned Hereford heifer, and she will receive an award donated by Gary Ridgely for exhibiting the champion bred and owned 4-H Hereford heifer. While our next class is coming into the ring, we want to introduce our royalty that is helping us pass out ribbons today at the breeding show. First, Lila Garland. She is the 2023 Little Miss Howard County Farm Bureau. Lila, give us a royal wave if you would. Congratulations. And also helping out with giving out the ribbons is Sela Hunkovsky, who is a member of the 2023 Little Miss Howard County Court, and also Casey Balfe, also a member of the Little Miss Howard County Court. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to introduce our judge for today again. His name is Scott Buchanan. He's from Aldie, Virginia, works as a herdsman at Whitestone Farm in Aldie, and he also owns and operates Buchanan Cattle Enterprises, where he raises registered Angus cattle. We thank him for being here today. He will be here this afternoon also doing our showmanship and market steer classes.
A lot of quality in this junior yearling class, some different types and kinds, but the two I'm going to start with, the young lady has, I think it's the most balanced female that we have in terms of our straightness of line, how her tail head blends into her hip. She's the squarest and levelest out from hooks to pins, and when you get her out on the move, she gives and flexes. Really big foot underneath her, just a logical place, I think, for me to start the class. The next heifer, I think, follows in type and kind. Our longest bodied heifer, maybe in the class. I guess where we change her, when she gets out in the move, she wants to drop a little bit in that loin, and probably just from being in calf. But I'd like to see her a little stronger and truer in her top. But a nice female that's got a rugged, broody look to her, and I think logically finds her way in the second hole. The next heifer, a real tall-fronted, long, extended front end. Just as we evaluate her from the side, we just like to strengthen her up in her top and make her a little leveler all the way through. A heifer that's got a little bit more navel to her, maybe not as balanced and correct as smooth as the two females we have above them, but three really high quality Herefords should make some nice cow prospects for these young people.
Results of Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry 230, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. second to entry 233, exhibited by Austin Justice, and third to entry 234, exhibited by Abby Patrick. We're now ready to select our junior champion and reserve junior champion females. We need our class winners from classes 15, 16, and 17.
In our junior yearling division of our Herefords, some quality all the way through. We've had a nice Hereford show. We got some different types and kinds, but I think we have three really practical, useful females out here. They all got some body. They all have some soundness. They all have a little look to them. There's one heifer out of these three that just kind of catches my eye the most. I really like how she comes out of the point of her shoulder, her up-headedness, her skeleton in terms of her skull, and squareness of hip, and then got some muscle and power and shape in her, and you get her out on the move. She flexes, big old feet. That's going to be this young lady's heifer right here, and she'll be your division champ.
Junior champion female in the open show was entry number 224, exhibited by Abby Patrick. We'll now bring in the second place animal from that class to compete for the reserve junior champion.
We're waiting for the second from that class, and then we'll evaluate them again for a reserve within this division. As we bring our second back from that class, we talked about how we really like the completeness and straightness of lines of this female earlier. I think she's definitely in contention for reserve in this division, as well as the heifer from the class winner from the last class. There's some give and take. I'll take one more look, and then we'll select your reserve within this division.
The reserve junior champion female was entry number 230, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs in the open show. The champion in the 4H, junior champion female in the 4H show was entry number 229, exhibited by Jalen Velasek. We're now ready for class 21, early senior yearling heifers. We have one entry, and then we'll be ready to select our senior champion female and grand champion Hereford female.
A single entry in this class and then in this division. Senior yearling, really appreciate the levelness and straightness of line, especially from hooks to pins. Her tail head lays in there really nice, just in ideal condition. Really nice small teat size, gonna make probably a beautiful udder when she calves in. Sound structured, awful good heifer. We had some more to compete against. We'll look forward to evaluating her at the end of the day for your overall champion, Hereford.
Results of class 21, early senior yearling heifers. First went to entry 235, Rob Millman. That was also the senior champion female in the open show. We're now ready to select our grand champion and reserve grand champion Hereford female. We need our division champions and reserve champ to the ring, and reserve division champions standing by.
Let's give our Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think we've seen some quality throughout the day, and we certainly, I feel like, have the quality out here today. We talked about them all. We got a March calf that's got a real promising future. Great combination of muscle and completeness and soundness, and puts that in a broody, big-bodied package. A calf I think's got a lot of future. Does the simple things right. All 4 feet are heading in the right direction. Square and level hipped, good topped, got some extension to her front end, not just rocket neck, but she's got enough to her. It's in great shape, presented really well. Then we got a December calf, really long-sided, really level hipped, got some extension to her front 1/3, got some depth of body. You get her out on the move, she flexes and gives. She has just a little bit more traditional Hereford look to her. But just fault-free, no real major holes in her, just the right kind. We get into the intermediate division, maybe not quite as much competition that we had there, but a heifer that's got some muscle, some depth of body, and some look to her, maybe not balanced up as much as some of the other heifers that we have out in the lineup, but certainly a deserving female to be out here. We have the junior yearling, a heifer that's, I think, got a lot of good to her. She's big-footed, takes a long, nice stride. She comes out of the point of her shoulder really well. I like the angle that she has to her shoulder, how her knee sets back in her. She's square-hipped. I think we tame that tail head down and clip her and square her up. Give her a little bit more feed and depth of body. That heifer's got a whole different look to her. I think there's a lot of good in that female. Then we got a senior yearling that's got some body and some capacity to her. Appreciate the condition that she's presented in, level hipped, just fault free and sound, and got some quality. We had some reserves in the divisions that we'll wait to bring them back. We'll give them a fair shake. But there's 3 of them, I think, that are in contention out here for your champion and reserve. That's your junior yearling, your December, and your calf. I think those are 3 individuals that we have out here that look really good and deserving to be grand to reserve. I'll take one more look and I'll show you the one I like the best, and then we'll study them for reserve once the reserve divisions get out here. But let's give them one more nice round of applause.
Our grand champion Hereford female is entry number 209, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. We need the reserve calf champion in the ring, and then we'll select our reserve grand champion Hereford female. As we bring our reserve calf out here, I wanted to make sure that this female got back out here because I think she deserves some recognition as well. I think she's one of the better Hereford calves that we've seen, and one of the better animals we've seen in this Hereford show. I think it still comes down between 2 heifers that we talked about earlier, and that calf is in contention as well. But I think it comes down to the December and the junior yearling. I like both of them quite a bit, but it's my job to pick the one that I think has the most future and looks the part today, and that's that December calf. She'll be your reserve Hereford. The reserve champion female in the Hereford show was entry number 220, and that was exhibited by Austin Justice. And as a reminder, the grand champion Hereford female in the 4-H show was entry number 229, exhibited by Jalen Velasek. She is also the winner of class number 26, the bred known division in the 4-H Hereford division, and she will be the champion bred known 4-H Hereford heifer. We're now ready for class 29, pair of heifers. We have 4 entries.
in our pair of Hereford heifers, all these individuals we saw earlier, and we've kind of talked about them. Some really nice groups, some breeders that have done a really nice job. I think we're just going to leave them where they are, and we'll kind of talk about them. But the individuals that kind of stand out within the pairs, and then when you evaluate them for the two together, that's the most complete and the highest quality. I think the logical place is to start with this young man's pair, the December and the Junior Yearling. Both of them really broody, deep-bodied, square-hipped, cowy, just the right kind of cattle. We really like that reserve heifer. It's got a lot of future and promise to her. I think then it gets a little tougher, but the next pair, I think it's the most consistent, is the pair on my far left. I like that big heifer, and that calf's kind of got that same look and power and shape. Going to be a nice bred heifer as well. And then you get into your third and fourth. I think it gets a little closer in terms of combination of quality. But I like this individual red-eyed heifer that's part of this pair quite a bit, so we'll put that pair in third, and then we'll follow with this green tag pair to be fourth. But really nice Herefords, really quality females from first class to last. Let's give all these Hereford exhibitors one more nice round of applause.
Results of Class 29, pair of heifers. First went to entry number 239, Austin Justice. Second went to entry 237, Lindsay Jacobs. Third to an added entry, Amelia Brogan. And fourth to entry 240, Abby Patrick. Entry 238 was scratched. We're now ready for the Hereford Bull Show. Our first class is Spring Bull Calves.
A single entry in our to start our bull show. We saw this calf alongside a cow earlier, just a baby. I think a June calf. Certainly got some weight per day of age for its age. Got some pounds to it. Hopefully it'll grow and develop and turn out to be a nice prospect for this young lady. We'll evaluate it against the older calves here in a little bit. It's at a little disadvantage because it's not too old, but it sure is cute. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause. In our second class of Hereford bull calves, two really nice individuals, both got some good in them. We're going to keep them this way. We're going to use a young lady's heifer or bull to win the class. I think as you look at them and evaluate them from muscle from end to end, I think this is where this calf rises to the top. You look down his top and down his loin edge, he's got some shape. He's got some stifle and expression when he gets out on the move. He's got a nice look when you look at him from the side. We could change him a little bit, how he moves off those rear two, but he's just a calf. He's probably fighting the halter a little bit. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But a complete muscular bull calf that's got some performance and weight per day of age and a logical place to start within this class. The bull that's in second, a bull that's appreciated his structural integrity, his performance, his size, his frame score. Just like to give him some more power from end to end. And to get him up a little higher in this class, but a calf that's got a bright future and hopefully will turn out to be a nice bull for this young lady. As we get all three of these back, like we said earlier, it's certainly hard to evaluate just a month-old calf, but there's some shape and some look to it. I'm sure it's going to go on and be a nice calf, but it's just at a little bit of disadvantage up against these February and January bull calves. We described the two in the last class. They're both deserving to be Grand and Reserve Calf Champion. Just a little bit more muscle in the class winner, but we're going to keep those two together for your calf champions in this division.
The results of Class 31 Junior Bull Calves, and this will also be your calf champion and reserve calf champion. First went to entry number 242, exhibited by Dustin Douglas, and second to entry 213, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. We're now ready for Class 44 Early Junior Yearling Bulls. We have one entry.
a single entry in class, and I think in this division for a junior bull, it's a shame because this one could stand a lot more competition. This is a good, solid bull. He's sound structured, good in his lines, level out through his hip, got some cleanness to his front end, limited in terms of his chest, really like his throat latch. Just a practical bull, good testicles, good soundness, a bull that could stand a lot more competition, a good individual. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause. Limited numbers in our Hereford show, but our Hereford Bull Show, but we got some quality. Another single entry, really long-sided, muscular bull, gets out and moves really good. We could certainly stand some more competition, but we'll look forward to evaluating him against our other division champions later on. But a nice bull.
The results of Class 49 two-year-old bulls. First one to entry 244, exhibited by Abby Patrick. And now in the ring are 3 division champions in the Hereford Bull division, and they are competing for Grand Champion Hereford Bull.
In our Hereford Bull Show, we haven't had that many numbers, but I think we got some quality for sure. We talked about our division champions, real muscular bull calf. It's got a nice look to him, really square hipped, got a lot of stifle to him, got that show ring look when we look at him from the side. We change him a little bit on as we get him out on the move, especially on that show side rear. But a calf that's got a promising future, really like the muscle shape and look that he has. We had a single entry in this division, junior yearling division, just a sound, complete, solid bull, level in his design, square hipped, sound structured, good footed, really clean fronted, long extended front end, tight in his throat latch. Then we have our summer bull, older bull, really long sided, big footed, takes a nice long stride. As we look at him from the side, we'd like to change him a little bit. He kind of wants to run downhill, give him a little bit more strength at top, maybe just a little bit more depth of body compared to our 2 division winners in terms of their type and kind. I think it's a close decision, especially for a reserve. I think there's one logical one to be your champion that I think is going to sire the females that we're looking for. Extended fronted, good footed, sound and square hipped, and that's the junior yearling bull right here in the middle. He'll be your champion. Good job.
Thank you.
I think it gets a little trickier when we go to select our reserve. But if I was in a breeding program and selecting genetics to try to raise, just like we said, the cattle that we're wanting to pick, muscle's always important to me, in shape and loin edge and back. And I think that's where this calf exceeds this big bull, so the calf will be a reserve bull.
Our grand champion Hereford Bull is entry number 243, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. And the reserve is entry number 242, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. We're now ready for our group classes. We have 2 pairs of 2 bulls, a junior get of sire, and a pair of calves. And then we will be ready to start the Shorthorn show.
In our pair of bulls, we've seen most of these bulls throughout the day. I think everybody probably knows what I'm going to do. We'll keep the champion bull with that nice bull calf as that pair will be your class winner. And then we'll follow with, I think, father and son from what I've heard. That baby calf is out of that bull, which is super cool for a reserve pair of bulls. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of class 55, pair of bulls. First went to the added entry, Lindsay Jacobs, and second to entry 245, Chloe Patrick. We're now ready for class 57, junior get of sire. We have 1 entry.
We only have 1 entry in our Hereford Junior Get. These exhibitors brought some quality. The bull's done a nice job. All 3 of these are consistent calves. Got some look to them, got some squareness, some soundness to them. A really nice Junior Get. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 57 Junior Get of Sire. First went to entry 246, Amelia Brogan. Now in the ring is an added entry, Class 58 Pair of Calves. We have one entry.
Another single entry in our pair of calves. This exhibitor's brought us some quality cattle all day. Really nice bull calf, nice heifer calf as well. Both of them got a promising future, certainly deserving of this first place ribbon.
Results of Class 58 Pair of Calves. First to Lindsay Jacobs. That concludes our Hereford show. We're now ready to begin our Shorthorn show. We're ready for class number 3, Spring Heifer Calves. We have one entry.
To start our Shorthorn show, a single entry, but certainly a heifer that could stand a lot more competition. My kind, she's straight line. She's got some extension to her front end. I really appreciate the angle and set that she has to her shoulders. She's good in her top, square hipped. She's a little frailer boned, but a heifer that has got some ruggedness to her, some depth of body, some capacity to her. I think going to make a nice, attractive big heifer. Shame she doesn't have some more calves to compete against, but we'll look forward to evaluating her against the big heifers later on today.
Results of Class 3, Spring Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 300, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. That will also be the calf champion in the Shorthorn division. Now in the ring, we have two classes, Class 15, April Junior Yearlings, and Class 16, March Junior Yearlings. These were both single entry classes and are in the next division, so the judge is going to look at those separately and then choose a junior champion female and reserve.
Two single entries are both class winners. We just brought them out here for the division. Two stout-made shorthorn heifers, a little different in their kind. The heifer that we have on the far end, the younger heifer, we'd like to change both of these heifers quite a bit structurally, but I think when we look at this heifer, so let's talk about the good she has in her. She's got some shape and some muscle to her. She's square hipped. She's got some stifle. I really like how this heifer's kind of, she's taller fronted than the heifer that's behind her. The heifer that behind her wants to go downhill a little bit. She's a square-made heifer, got a lot of muscle to her. We change her in her knee. She's got some swelling in that front knee and wants to get over in that, and certainly give her some more flex and give in her hock. But we could say the same thing about the older heifer as well. The heifer, the March heifer, is a little longer sided, a little greener in her condition. She's got a little bit more set to her hock, but she wants to hock in and be cow hocked, and she's kind of straightened her knee as well. So there's a little bit of give and take. You could probably flip a coin and decide what you like the most. The most breeding pieces in my mind in future in terms of breeding something that you'd like, I think, is out of this stouter, more moderate, bigger footed one. The younger heifer, she'll be your division champion, and then we'll follow with the other one for reserve. This is also going to be a pair of heifers. We're going to slide it into the show for these exhibitors. So this is going to be another first place ribbon for the pair of shorthorn heifers.
The results of Class 15 first went to entry 302, exhibited by Colby Huff. Results of Class 16 first went to entry 303, also exhibited by Colby Huff. So entry number 302 was the junior champion female, and entry 303 was the reserve junior champion female. And then, as the judge mentioned, this will also be a first place pair of females. That's class 29. This will be a first place. We're now ready to select the grand champion and reserve grand champion shorthorn females of the show. These exhibitors will receive awards donated by the Maryland Shorthorn Association.
As we pick our champion shorthorn, we just had a handful in this division, some quality from end to end though. We had the calf that we described earlier, kind of has that look that I like, feminine, straight lined, complete and sound. We could give her a little bit more bone and structure underneath her, power from end to end, but I think that's a female that's going to grow and develop and give us that broody, feminine look. Then we got two heifers that were granted reserve in that division, heifers that we changed a little bit structurally, but we ended up using the power heifer that had a little bit more shape to her top and muscle down low. We'd certainly change her knee and how she flexes and gives out of those rear two. I think it's a close decision, and I could see how you could justify using lots of different ways with this. I guess if somebody told me that I needed to pick one out of these three to take home and start a breeding program with to be a shorthorn breeder, that's how I'm going to approach this. With that in mind, soundness and completeness and female look rises to the top. So we'll use this calf to be your champion, and then we'll use this big heifer for reserve.
The grand champion shorthorn female is entry number 300, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. And the reserve grand champion shorthorn female is entry number 302, exhibited by Colby Huff. We completed class 29, which was the pair of females. First place took Colby Huff. We're now ready for class 44, early yearling bull. This is our only shorthorn bull. So this will conclude the shorthorn show.
I think we have a single entry in our Shorthorn Bull Show, but this junior yearling could stand a lot more competition. He's a good-footed, got some good separation on his feet, on his on his feet himself, and got some length to his pasterns, long-sided, square-hipped. We could deepen him up and soften him up and give him a little bit more chubby look, but he's got some muscle, some extension. Appreciate his size and performance for his age. Certainly a deserving bull to be your champion Shorthorn. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Our results of Class 44 early yearling bulls. First went to entry 305, exhibited by Samantha Heston. This will be your junior champion bull for Class 45 and also your grand champion bull, Class 52. That concludes the Shorthorn show. We are now ready for the other beef breed show. We're looking for class number 1, cow-calf. We have 1 entry.
Sometimes when you have single entries, the judge kind of sounds like a broken record, but this is a really good 5-year-old Shorthorn Plus that needs some special recognition. Good level udder. Teats for a 5-year-old are still really nice. She's easy doing. She's going uphill. She's got good feet under her. Just a real practical cow. And then when you look to see what she's got beside her, she's got a big, stout March bull calf that's got a big old hip in him. Got some testicular development. We'd like to see maybe just a little bit more on that. But he's big-bodied, big rib-caged, got all 4 feet going the right way. That's just a real good beef animal pair that deserves a little extra recognition. That's a nice pair that's certainly deserving of a blue and purple ribbon. I congratulate these exhibitors.
Results of Class 1, cow-calf. First went to entry number 401, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Next in the ring, we have Class 3, spring heifer calves. We have 4 entries. While we're waiting for the next class to come in the ring, we want to introduce some more royalty that we have with us today. I'd like to introduce Mary Grace Manui. She is currently serving as the 2023 National Teen Miss Agriculture USA, and she's a rising sophomore in high school. She resides in Loudoun County, Virginia, and she's an active member of the 4-H program where she shows rabbits, poultry, and dairy cattle. Let's give Mary Grace a warm welcome.
In our AOB show, I think always for me personally, it's kind of challenging because you got lots of different types and kinds. You're kind of comparing apples and oranges, so it's kind of hard. I think we have a purebred Simmental in the this young man has leading out now, and a percentage Simmental and 2 red Angus. All of them really good breeds of cattle, but different in their types and kinds. I think for a purebred Simmental, this heifer has a lot of future to her. She's straight line, she's good neck, she really lays in good with her shoulder. She's green in her condition, but she's sound in her movement. We just like to give her a little bit more depth of body, maybe more bulge and spring to her rib, but she's just a baby. That's going to come. She's got a lot of good to her, a really promising prospect for a purebred Simmental. Then we got a percentage Simmental that's really got some extension up front. Really like how she comes out of the top of her shoulder, some length to her front end. She's got some rib cage. She's got some depth of body. She's really long-sided, a little bigger footed, a little bit more ruggedness from end to end. Probably a little older or been on feed a little bit more. Just got a little bit more punch. But there's still different kinds of cattle when you're basically comparing a commercial to a registered animal. So the reason we keep them pure is so when we mix them together, heterosis kicks in, and heterosis usually makes them better. So we'll use this calf here. I think she's going to be more my kind next year as a big heifer, big extended, big bodied, got some power, kind of a souped up Angus. And then we'll use the registered Simmental to follow. A lot of good there. In a purebred Simmental class, I think she'll be extremely competitive. Just a good logical way to make second. As we get into third and fourth, we got 2 really good red Angus, big-bodied, rugged female here to come in third. Probably been on feed a while, big rib cage in her, got some depth of flank. I like this heifer a lot in terms of her front 1/3. When she gets out and moves, I'd like to change her top quite a bit. She kind of gets pretty soft there behind the point of her shoulder and in her heart. To be a young calf, we'd like to see her a lot stronger and truer in her top line. I'd say with time, that's just going to show its ugly face just a little bit more. But a world of body, a world of capacity, and puts that in a sound structure. Just change her quite a bit in her top line. Then the heifer that we got rounding out, really cute necked and headed, long-sided. Just maybe like to square her up from hooks to pins, drop her down in her hook setting, give her a little bit more depth of body, but a big-footed, rugged-made female, just happened to be in a really tough class.
Results of Class 3 Spring Heifer Calves. First went to entry number 406, exhibited by Doug Full. Second to entry 405, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. Third to entry 407, exhibited by Brooke Rickey. And fourth to entry 408, also exhibited by Brooke Rickey. Now in the ring will be Class 4 Junior Heifer Calves. We have 1 entry. For those around ringside, this is our 2023 4-H and FFA and Open Beef Cattle Show. We're now on our other beef breeds. These are all other beef breeds that were not included in either Angus, Hereford, or Shorthorn, which were shown previously. Our judge today is Mr. Scott Buchanan from Aldie, Virginia. And as soon as we finish up the classes in this breed division, we'll be ready to select our supreme champions.
Another single entry in our AOB commercial show, a red Angus. It's got some dark features to her. Kind of follows the type and kind that the young lady's been exhibiting. Big bodied, big rib cage, easy doing, sound structured. I like this heifer a lot. She's modern in her kind, but she's got that brood cow look to her, world of capacity. Be fun to watch this one grow and develop for this exhibitor, and hopefully she'll be able to bring this heifer back next year.
Results of Class 4 junior heifer calves. First went to entry 410, exhibited by Brooke Rickey. We're now ready to select our calf champion and reserve calf champion between our winners from Class 3 and Class 4. We do also have commercial heifers, which will follow our other breeds classes. Those are classes for unregistered heifers, and that's only for 4-Hers to exhibit in that class.
We've had some really nice calves in this AOB show, and they're different in their type and kinds for sure. I think all three of these that we have out here, these are my three favorites that we've seen today. We got a real broody red Angus that's better in her top than the other calf that she showed. Big rib cage, square hipped, a little frailer in her makeup, but she's a nice practical red Angus that's got a promising future. We got a percentage Scimitar that won the first class, and then the second there that's really extended fronted, long spined, got a rib cage in her. I think the kind that'll grow and develop and feed and have that look and show ring presence to her and still have the body and cowiness to her. That could be a kind of a neat female going forward. And then we got just a fault-free purebred Scimitar. It's good in her lines, broody looking. Just like to deepen her up, give her a little bit more depth of body. But she's young and green. It'll come with time. That's picking on some really good individuals. I like the one that won that first class the best. It will be your division champion, and then we'll follow with that second for reserve.
Our calf champion is entry number 406, exhibited by Doug Full, and the reserve is entry number 405, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. Next in the ring, we have class number 8, senior heifer calves. We have one entry.
another high quality single entry in our senior calf AOB show in October. I appreciate the size and condition she's in. A heifer that's got some rib shape, some dimension, really long-sided, square from hooks to pins, a feminine made. We'll look forward to evaluating her later in this division and later on today. Let's give this exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 8. First went to entry number 426, exhibited by Chloe Patrick. She will also be your senior calf champion female. We're now ready for Class 11. Late summer yearling heifers, we have one entry.
Another Shorthorn Plus in our summer intermediate division. Class winner, we'll look forward to seeing her later on, but she's a real easy fleshing, big top, big hipped heifer, a little modern in her kind. Got those front feet going the right direction. I like that. She's square on all fours. Nice individual that we'll look forward to competing against the other class winners here in a second.
Results of Class 11, late summer yearling heifers. First went to entry 412, exhibited by Colby Huff. Next, we have Class 12, early summer yearling heifers. We have two entries.
Two really nice individuals in this AOB class. They're different in their kind, but they're from different breeds. The black heifer is really straight lined, really nice in her top. She's got a nice look to her front end. She's got some big old feet under her. She's sound when you get her out and move. I think she's going to win the class, and for me, she wins the class in how she holds her top together. I think she's a little straighter in her top. I think she's a little squarer in her hip than the red Angus appearing. I'm not sure what she is. Heifer that's here. She's just a little softer in her top. She breaks a little bit behind her shoulders. Maybe just has a little bit more chest to her. But I certainly appreciate the depth of body and that broodiness. Probably going to make a really solid cow for this exhibitor. But two nice individuals. They're just kind of different in their kind. We'll look forward to seeing both of them later in the division.
Results of Class 12 early summer yearling heifers. First in both the open and 4-H divisions was entry 413, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. Second in the open division was entry 414, exhibited by Abby Patrick. We're now ready to select the intermediate calf champions and reserve. We need our class winners in the ring.
As we evaluate this division, I think we have some open and some 4-H mixed in there, so we'll just select your champion in this division and we'll kind of regroup. We talked about both of them stout made, easy fleshing cattle that got some muscle to them. I think the one that puts the most look and type that I like is this heifer out of the last class. I think she's a little more extended about her front end, a little prettier about her skull and her head and her neck. Still big-footed and rugged, but still has a little bit more femininity to her, a little less shoulder to her, and she'll be your champion within this division. We had to get a little clarification. We're selecting a reserve right now from these two individuals because we have both 4-H and open showing together. We talked about both of these a little bit earlier in class. I think when you just get back and evaluate them and pick the animal that is the more ideal in terms of size, cowy look, broodiness, and depth of body, it's this red female here, and she'll be reserve in that division.
Our intermediate calf champion in both the 4-H and open divisions was entry number 413, entry number 413, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. And the reserve in the open division was entry number 414, exhibited by Abby Patrick. Now in the ring, we have Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 3 entries.
All those heifers seem content, so we'll just leave them over there and talk about them. 3 really high quality individuals, all Aprils, all different breeds, so you can kind of see the differences in type and kind, and they're all good in their own regards. A little bit more moderate shorthorn appearing or shorthorn plus heifer that we have up here at the far end of the line. She's sound structured, she's square hip. She's a little tubier than some of the other 2 heifers that we have, a little bit more compact in terms of her front end and her extension, but she's fault-free. She's big back, she's square hip, she's got some muscle in her, sound when she gets out on the move, just happens to be in a little bit more moderate package. And we have a big kind of show heifer here that's going to make a nice cow in the middle, huge-bodied, really up-headed. Tall at the point of her shoulder. She's running uphill. She holds her top together. She's square. She's balanced up. She's real elegant. She gets out on the move and go. She looks awful good. That's a good female right there. We're showing them dry, but you fit that one up. She's gonna look pretty special, pretty neat. A lot of good solid parts and pieces to that one. And then we got the white heifer, the Charlet, in this class. Really long-sided. Got a lot of true muscle in them. Cattle that certainly have a place in our society and make a lot of people a lot of money because they put some muscle in them, they put some grow in them. They get that length of body just like this heifer has. A lot of good in this female. I think as we're picking them to evaluate from a show standpoint and the type of cattle that I like, the black heifer here rises to the top in this class. She'll win the class, and then we'll follow with the white heifer, and then we'll end the class with the shorthorn appearing heifer in third.
Results of Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry number 416, Aida Lawson. Second to entry 415, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. And third to entry 417, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Now in the ring we have March Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 4 entries.
I think it's challenging when you, like we said before, when you mix multiple breeds together and have to evaluate them. All of these, I think, are Marches because they're all different types and kinds. But if you look at these and evaluate them for what they are and if they were shown against other animals of their particular breed, I think that's what makes it pretty cut and dry for me. If we're taking this heifer and showing her in the Charolais show, I think she's the most competitive of these 4 that we have out here in terms of her breed characteristics and the type and kind. She's long-sided, she's square-hipped, she's got muscle but not too much. She's got some good running gear underneath her, good feet, takes a nice long stride. Just a solid fault-free heifer and a logical place to start in this class. Then we're going to come with crossbred. I'm not sure what breed she represents next. A little bit more modern in her kind, a little shorter and more restricted in her movement, but she's got a lot of doability, a lot of rootiness to her, a lot of depth of body, going to be an easy fleshing cow. She's nice hipped. I'd just like to open her up a little bit more, stretch her out, give her a little bit more size, a little bit more flex. But I appreciate the ease of flesh, the durability, and the rib cage that she has in her. And then we get into the 2 red heifers to wrap out the class. I think I'm going to use the heifer we have in third. I think they're just more muscle from end to end. She's got more shape as you look at her coming out of her blade and down her top. She's long and level from her hips. In her hips, she's longer and truer from hooks to pins than the heifer that we have rounding out the class. A heifer that's got some body to her, but just like to make her a little bit more feminine about her skull, her front 1/3, and maybe just drop the center part of her body just a little bit more to make her a little bit more competitive in this class. Then we have the red Angus appearing heifer at the end, a heifer that's just frailer in terms of her muscle and her bone work than some of the heifers above her. But that's picking on a heifer that's got a lot of good things to her. She's got some body. She's got some cowiness to her. She's got some extension to her front 1/3. She just needs some more power and performance from end to end to be just a little bit more competitive within this class.
Results of Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry 418, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. Second to entry 421, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Third to entry number 420, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. And fourth to entry number 419, exhibited by Brooke Rickey. Now in the ring is Class 16 Junior Yearling Heifers, and following that class, we will be ready to select our junior champion and reserve junior champion females.
It's hard when you're comparing, like I said before, apples against oranges. We got two different breeds here, but these are both really good individuals for what they are. I think this red Angus represents the breed extremely well. She's big-bodied. She's fresh in her appearance. She's got some extension to her front 1/3. She's got a big old rib cage in her. She's got some muscle to her. She does not overpower. When she gets out and moves, she just goes really easy. She's just the kind that's going to make a nice, productive cow for a long time. Then we got the white heifer. For Charlotte, she represents her breed and the kind extremely well. She's long-sided. She's got a world of power and shape to her. She's square-hipped. Her tail head lays in there nice. She's got a nice front 1/3. Those front feet set down nice and square. If I was to pick on her a little bit, she wants to pop and roll a little bit on those backs, and maybe doesn't have quite the feet integrity as the red heifer behind her. But that's picking on an awful good one that's got a lot of parts and pieces and a lot of body and depth of flank, especially for her breed. So I think it makes it extremely difficult. I think you could go either way in this class and in this division. It just kind of goes back to the type of cattle that you like the most, and kind of what you want to do in your breeding program. I'm going to take one more look at them, and then I'll pick your class winner. It's a tough decision. I think both of them are really good, and this is just a class. But I think push comes to shove, I think this white heifer's better out of the point of her shoulder, and I think she represents her breed. She'll be your class winner, and then we'll follow with a really good second place heifer that this young lady has. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers. First goes to entry 423, Matt Bauerlein. Second to entry 424, exhibited by Brooke Rickey. We're now ready to select our junior champion and reserve junior champion females. Need our class winners from classes 15, 16, and 17.
It's been a tough division in the AOBs. All of our class winners we have out here, we talked about them. We like quite a bit. The black heifer was the logical, easy thing to find in that class, just in terms of her show ring look, the depth of body, extension, presented extremely well. Get her out on the move, she flexes and gives, and got that squishy foot that we like to see, and level. Just a lot of breeding potential there. We talked about our 2 class winners in our whites, how they represented the breed really well, and how we thought that they would do the best within their respected breed if compared to the other ones in the class. We have the younger heifer and the older one. For me, I like the older heifer just a little bit more. I'd change her feet, but from a breeding piece standpoint, I like the older heifer. I just like how her tail head lays in, how she's a little square in terms of her hip. I think she's a little better in her top. I like the slope and set to her to her shoulder. Change her feet a little bit, but I think that's an awful good white heifer. But at the end of the day, we got to pick a heifer out of this division to keep going to compete in the AOB and later on today. I like all 3 of them. I think they're all deserving to be out here. But the one that sticks out in my mind, the heifer that needs to win this division, is the black heifer out of that first class.
Junior champion female is entry number 416, exhibited by Aida Lawson. We now need the second place to that entry to select our reserve junior champion.
We got our second place from that last class out here. So we got 3 really high quality white heifers to select from. I think all of them are really good from youngest to oldest. I'll go out, we're going to walk them one more time, and I'll show you the one I like the best.
The Reserve Junior Champion Female is entry number 423, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. We're now ready for Class 20, late senior yearling heifers. We have 2 entries in this class.
As we've talked before, our numbers within some of these shows are not very big, but the quality has been really good from end to end. There's lots of individuals that would do really well at other fairs, so I commend everybody here in the area. You've had some quality cattle in every class. We got another white heifer and another red Angus appearing heifer, both of them good in their type and kind. As you get them out on the move, we could change the white one a little bit in terms of her movement, and we could certainly change the red one a little bit in terms of her movement. And when she gets out, she gets up in her top quite a bit. It's a little bit of give and take, but one thing that I certainly like to see is this white heifer starting to make a udder and loosen up. Looks like she's bred and going to calve this fall, and that's pretty important. If they don't have calves, it's kind of hard to make money with these things. We're going to use her. She's deep-bodied. She's moderate. She's the right kind. She'll be our class winner. Then we'll follow with the red Angus.
Results of Class 20, late senior yearling heifers. First went to entry number 425, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. Second to entry 432, exhibited by Brooke Riley. This will also be your automatic senior champion female and reserve senior champion female. We're now ready to select our grand champion other breeds female and reserve grand champion other breeds female. We need all of our division champions up to the ring and our reserves standing by.
could put our hands together for all the exhibitors in the AOB. It's been a really nice show. We had quite a few calves in that first division, lots of different types and kinds and breeds, but we certainly like that calf that's got a real promising future there at the end. A lot of extension, good topped, big footed, got some rib and dimension to her. Going to be pretty nice, I think, as a big heifer. Certainly got a lot of potential and future to her. Nice fall. There wasn't quite as many in that division. Then we get into a summer heifer that's got a world of power, big-footed, sound structured. We could deepen her up a little bit. We could make her a little more feminine about her head and her neck, tame down that tail head a little bit. But there's a lot of good in that female. We got a black heifer that kind of just rose to the top pretty easy in that class and division, big-bodied, extended. She's going uphill. Like the way her head's designed, her neck, her front end, big-footed, takes a nice long stride. A heifer that deserves some attention and looking at out here. And then we got our big senior yearling, just a sound structured, muscular heifer. So got a lot of good in her. I think it gets down to 2 or 3 head. Some of them are out here and some of them are at the reserves, but there's one that makes a lot of sense to use with this. It's my kind, the kind I like, and that's a black heifer right here. She'll be your champion in your AOBs. Good job.
Thank you.
I think for reserve, I think you could do it a couple different ways. I certainly like the reserve in that division that we brought out here. She's a big hipped. I like how her tail head lays in compared to some of the other heifers that we have out here. I think she's certainly in contention for reserve. We said we'd change her feet a little bit, but that's an awful good white heifer. It's got a lot of good to her. I like the calf down here too. I think it's in contention, and the senior yearling as well. But push comes to shove, I think it comes down to the reserve junior yearling and your calf. I'll go out and take one more look, and I'll select your reserve within this breed.
Our grand champion female in the other breed show was entry number 416, exhibited by Aida Lawson. The reserve grand champion of the other breed show was exhibit number 423, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. The grand champion 4H other breeds heifer was entry number 413, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. We now need our pair of females. We have 3 entries. Then we'll be ready for our bull classes. Sir, we have 4 entries in the pair of females.
This pair division at this show is kind of neat and cool. You can kind of see some uniformity, especially from breeders that bring them. We've saw some good cattle all day in this AOB. If you kind of just remember where you placed them, you kind of know how I'm going to do this. Consistency and quality, I'm just going to keep them just like this, 1, 2, 3, and 4. All of them are really good individuals. These first 3 are just a little bit more my kind. More volume, more capacity, more ease of flesh, but a really nice AOB show. Let's give all these exhibitors one more nice round of applause.
Results of Class 29, pair of females. First went to entry 427, Matt Bauerlein. Second to entry 428, Matt Bauerlein. Third to Brooke Rickey. And fourth to Bowman Family Shorthorns. We're now ready for our bull classes in the other breed show. We need Class 30 and Class 31 to the ring, please. Spring bull calves and junior bull calves.
We talked about this, I believe he's a March, is that right? Bull calf that was on that pair. Certainly a lot of performance and shape. We described him as being a really good part of that pair earlier. We'll look forward to evaluating this guy with some other bulls in a little bit. There's a lot of good in him, a lot of doability, a lot of rib, a lot of muscle expression, square on his feet and legs. Just a solid single entry. We'll look forward to evaluating him against some other ones in a second.
Results of Class 30 Spring Bull Calves. First went to entry 430, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Next in the ring, we have Class 31 Junior Bull Calf. We have one entry.
A nice shorthorn appearing January bull calf. Certainly a lot of weight and performance and weight per day of age for a January. Really long-sided, got some testicular development, got some muscle from end to end. We could smooth him up a little bit in terms of his shoulder and give him a little bit more right there in his heart. But a calf that's got a lot of potential. We'll look forward to evaluating him against the other class winners here in a little bit.
Results of Class 31. First went to entry number 431, exhibited by Samantha Heston. We're now ready to select the calf champion and reserve calf champion bulls in the other breeds show.
In our calf division, two different kinds, a March and a January, but they certainly have some performance and weight per day of age that represent their birth date pretty well. The Blue Rome, big-bodied, deep body, deep flanked bull that's really good in his top. He's smooth in his shoulder, square designed. Just a nice practical bull calf. And then we got the red calf that we talked about in the last class, super long-sided. He's got a little bit more shoulder to him. He opens up a little bit more in his heart, but certainly appreciate his weight per day of age, length of spine, and his ease of movement as we get out here. I think it just gets into personal preference of kind of what you like. I'd like to change this blue roan bull a little bit in terms of his hock and how he moves, but I like his durability, his body, his smoothness of shoulder, and the straightness of his lines, especially his top. That would be more of my type of breeding bull, so he'll be your calf champion, and then we'll follow with the red bull for reserve.
Calf champion bull is entry number 430, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns, and the reserve calf champion is entry number 431, exhibited by Samantha Heston. We're now ready for Class 44, early yearling bulls. We have 2 entries.
In this class, junior bulls, 2 really nice individuals. We'll talk about them both. The red bull, the red bull is going to win the class, and the blue bull is going to be reserve. And I'll tell you why. The red bull is a lot longer sided, bigger testicled, and I think he's sounder in terms of his movement. He flexes a lot more in his hock when he gets out. This is just a good, solid beef bull that's got a lot of practicality to him. He's got some volume, some depth of body, and some ease of movement when she gets out here. The blue bull's got a cool look to him. He's square-hipped. He comes out of the point of his shoulder really good. I think his knee could set back in him a little bit. And then when he gets out and moves, he definitely needs to flex his hock a little bit, just kind of like that calf we evaluated in the last division. And I'd like to see just a little bit more testicular development. But 2 solid bulls that could certainly be used in a breeding program. The red bull just kind of fits my type a little bit more.
Results of Class 44 early yearling bulls. First went to entry 433, exhibited by Brooke Rickey, This will also be your junior champion bull. And second went to entry number 434, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns, and this will be your reserve junior champion bull. We're now ready for our final bull class, class 49, 2-year-old bulls. We have one entry. Following that, we'll select our grand champion and reserve grand champion other breeds bulls.
Another high quality single entry in this senior bull. He's got some shape, some foot as you watch him come in here off the concrete. Really good feet on him. I like the way his shoulder lays in. He's smooth about his top line, square out through his hip, got some set and dimension to his hock, got some length to his pasterns. A bull that can go out and breed quite a few cows, I'd say. A really good, high-quality individual. We'll look forward to bringing him against the other division winners back in a little bit.
Results of Class 49, 2-year-old bulls. First goes to entry 435, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. We're now ready for, and he is also the senior champion bull. We're now ready for the champion and reserve selection of the champion and the reserve champion bull class.
Some really nice bulls individually and as a group in our AOB show. Some bulls that you could turn out and use and get a lot of good out of them. We talked about the calf earlier, how we like the rib shape and design and his weight per day of age. The soundness and completeness of this red bull, up-headed, level-hipped, flexes good in his hock, really good feet. Doesn't blow you away from a muscle standpoint, but he's just complete in every aspect, deep flanked, good testicled, just a solid breeding bull. And then we got a really good senior bull that's sound in his structure, long-sided, maybe doesn't come out of his shoulder quite as good as the red bull that we have in front of him, but a bull for his age, looks the part and still extremely athletic. Some really good bulls we saw throughout the day. I can kind of remember all of them, so we can go on and select your champion and reserve. But the best bull I've seen in this division is easily this red bull right here in the middle, and he'll be your champion. And we'll follow with the senior bull for reserve. Good job. He's a good bull.
Our grand champion Other Breeds Bull is entry number 433, exhibited by Brooke Rickey. And our reserve champion Other Breeds Bull is entry number 435, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Next in the ring, we have the Class 55 two bulls. We'll follow that by Senior Get of Sire and Produce of Dam, and that will conclude our Other Breeds show.
Two nice individuals in our pair of bulls. It takes a lot of time and effort and feed to present two bulls of this size, so I commend these breeders for bringing them. Let's give this pair of bulls a nice round of applause.
Our first place pair of two bulls was exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. I also did want to acknowledge that the champion 4-H Other Breeds heifer received an award donated by the Howard County 4-H Beef Club.
In our junior get, in our AOB show, I just was told out of a bull that they raised, which is even cooler. But all these cattle, big ribbed, deep flanked, all of them were extremely competitive within their classes today. Breeder's done a really nice job. It's hard to bring a get. It's a lot of work. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 56, Senior Get of Sire first went to Bowman Family Shorthorns. Our last class in the other breed show is Produce of Dam. We have 3 entries.
This is a tough decision. 2 really good pairs. We talked about them all in class. These 2 red females out of the same dam. They got that same look to them. Big bodied, sound structured, easy doing. Just really good fault-free cattle. Then we saw these 2 bulls there almost like spitting images of each other. Got a cool look to them, got some body to them. We kind of talked about how we change them a little bit in terms of their hock and their structure off those rear 2s. For the structure reason and the consistency, I'm going to use this red pair to win, and then we'll follow with the roan pair for second. But a really nice, tough class, tough decision.
Results of Class 59, Produce of Dam. First went to entry number 432, exhibited by Brooke Rickey, and second to entry 439, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Entry 438 was scratched. That concludes our other breed show. We now have commercial heifers. We have 2 that are in separate classes, and we'll probably just bring those in together. The champion and reserve champion commercial heifers will receive awards that are donated in memory of Cody Porter.
We only have two commercial heifers. They both would have been class winners, so they brought them out here together. They'll act a little better as well. So we're going to select your champion and reserve champion commercial heifers. Both of them really attractive, straight-lined females that are the right size and weight for their age. As we look at them and kind of critique them, they're a little different in their kind. The heifer, the young lady showing a little bit more muscular, a little more bolder about her shoulder. A heifer that maybe doesn't have quite the depth of body as the heifer behind her. I think as you look at her structurally, she's definitely straighter in her angles in terms of straight in her shoulder and her knee. We'd like to change that quite a bit in terms of the way she moves out of that front end. But a big muscular heifer that's got some shape from end to end. And then the black heifer at the back is got a little bit more body to her, a little bit more depth of flank, maybe just a little bit more traditional look. But I think for me, where she exceeds over the other heifers, their soundness, especially in those front 2 feet. She gets out and moves quite a bit. So we'll use the young man's heifer for champion and the young ladies for reserve. But let's give these brothers and sisters a nice round of applause.
Our champion commercial heifer is exhibited by Jace Nee, and the reserve champion is exhibited by Kylie Nee. We're now ready to select the supreme champion 4-H female. We'll need their breed champions in our 4-H division to the ring to compete for the supreme champion 4-H female. While we're waiting for our breed champions to select the Supreme Champion 4-H female, I just want to announce that we have decided to start the steer show at 4 o'clock. due to the weather concerns in the area. So we will be starting the steer show with showmanship first at 4 o'clock. In the ring now, we have our breed champions in the 4-H division who are being judged to select the supreme champion 4-H heifer. Our Angus is exhibited by Grant Anthony, the Hereford by Jalen Velasek, the other breeds by Hayden Harrison, and the commercial heifer by Jace Nee.
It's certainly been a lot of fun to evaluate your breeding show today, and I'm glad that we're getting to do the 4-H show first out here in the Supreme lineup. All the 4-H exhibitors that showed today really had some good cattle, presented them extremely well, and let's give these exhibitors and the ones in the back a nice round of applause. We've kind of talked and described the cattle all day long, and we got 4 nice individuals out here that have some show ring look and presence. They're the size and frame score that they need to be for their age, and they got some capacity about them and some soundness and some pizzazz and some look to them. All of them are certainly deserving to be out here. There's only one that gets to be your Supreme, but it's neat that all of these got to represent their breed, and they already have one banner to take home and show or to hang on the wall. For me, of these 4 and what we saw in the 4-H show today, there's one that rises to the top pretty easy for me. I'll go out and select your champion and help me congratulate him when I do.
The Supreme Champion 4-H female is exhibited by Grant Anthony. The Supreme Champion bred and owned female is the Hereford female exhibited by Jalen Velasek, so congratulations to her also. We're now ready to select the Supreme Champion bull. If we can have our breed champion bulls, please. Now in the ring, we have the selection of the Supreme Champion Bull of the 2023 Howard County Fair. Exhibiting the Angus Champion Bull is exhibited by Sarah King. The Champion Hereford Bull is exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. The Champion Shorthorn Bull exhibited by Samantha Heston. And the Champion Other Breeds Bull exhibited by Brooke Rickey.
For our Supreme Bull, all four of them are have some quality and certainly deserving to be out here. But I think when push comes to shove, it gets down to two bulls and it gets fairly close. I think you could do it a couple different ways. But for me, the Hereford Bull and the All Other Breeds Bull are certainly both deserving to be Supreme Bull at the fair. Both are high quality. The Hereford Bull, really good in his lines, really good in his top, sound in his structure. He's big enough for his age. He's good testicled, got a nice look to him. He's tight about his throat latch and has some extension to him for a bull. Just got a nice look to him. Same thing with the Red Angus. He's pounds heavy, rugged, long-sided, deep-bodied bull that balances up really well. I think when you put a halter on them, it changes things a little bit. I think there's one in particular just kind of balances up and is a little bit more complete. But I think it's a close decision, and I think both of them are truly good breeding bulls or good-looking bulls. Hopefully they'll turn into being good, sound breeding bulls for these exhibitors. I'll take one more look, and I'll go out and select the favorite bull that I saw today. Let's give these exhibitors one more nice round of applause.
Supreme Champion Bull is exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. Now in the ring we have our breed division champions competing for the Supreme Champion Female of the 2023 Howard County Fair. The Angus is exhibited by Kelly Spicer, the Hereford by Dustin Douglas, the Shorthorn by Bowman Family Shorthorns, and the other breeds by Aida Lawson.
Well, the quality has been good in every class we've had today. We've had some single entry classes and some bigger classes, but the quality's been true all through the day. And we have some younger cattle out here. I wasn't quite expecting that when you come to a county fair, but it just so happened to be that some of these younger cattle were some of the better ones that we had in the respected groups. I think all of them kind of represent the type and kind that I like. There's some differences through them, but they're different breeds and they're different types of cattle, but they're all high quality that could be competitive at lots of different fairs and regionally and nationally. I think you as a county and as a fair, you should be proud of this. Let's give all these exhibitors and neighbors and everybody involved a nice round of applause. I'm sure, look forward to the steer show tonight. I'm sure we're going to have lots of quality there as well. Judging the Supreme's always tricky because they're different kinds. It's kind of like judging that AOB show. But I think there's been 2 or 3 head that we've seen today that stick out in my mind that were high quality, that I'll remember a week from now and made an impact on me today. That were sound structured, big ribbed, and then have a nice show ring look to them. A couple of them are out here right now. The Angus, certainly a pile of performance and weight per day of age. Not too big, but just the right kind. Got some length of body, got some rib shape, got some dimension. Get her out on the move. She's super sound. She comes out of the point of her shoulder the way she's supposed to. She's going to be a nice big heifer as well. Just a lot of future and excitement to that female. A young baby Hereford that's put together as good as you could ask. Straighten her lines, good top, got some muscle, sound in her structure. And then we got this AOB heifer. She's kind of moderate in her kind, but she's got a cool look. She's got that soft hock and gets out and moves. Got a world of body depth to her, probably heavy in calf. She's got a nice show ring look to her. Does she overpower you from muscle standpoint? No. Could you change a couple things about her? We could get her up on her toes a little bit more and clean her up in her chest and make her a little tighter up top. But that's just being picky on one that's got a lot of good pieces to her. Square hipped, big bodied, and cool looking. I still really haven't made up my mind, but it's down between the AOB and the Angus. I'll go out and give them one more good look and help me congratulate them when I pick them.
Please put your hands together to thank our judge, Scott Buchanan, for going through the breeding cattle today. We appreciate it so much. Our Supreme Champion female is exhibited by Kelly Spicer. That concludes our breeding show for today. Those of you who want to take pictures are welcome to come in the ring and do that. As a reminder, we are starting the steer show an hour earlier than advertised. It'll be starting at 4 p.m. here in the ring, starting with showmanship, followed by the steer show. Thanks also to all our help today, for those that are lining up animals, those working in the ring and at the table. We appreciate your help very much.